Hey everybody, how's it going? All Odie, yo, thanks for the follow. Perfect timing. How's it going? How are you guys all doing today? I have to work Sundays, but we have another lunar fair tomorrow. My boss would rather I help with that since last time it was nuts. Oh, I can imagine. Nice. Oh, I'm so glad, Coffee Cup. I'm so glad you can make it today. I know you prefer the Ace Attorney episodes. That's gonna be rough tomorrow then, isn't it? Man, I'm sorry, man. Good luck, dude. Good luck. We got a big shipment of new lanterns this week. Ooh, do send pictures if you can. The ones you sent last time were so pretty. I love them. They were so good, so good. If only I had a place to hang a lantern. I don't quite think my basement would be a great place to hang a lantern. I think it would be a waste, so no one, no one could see it, and it doesn't get enough light. Like, nah, not worth it. So today we're playing Ace Attorney, and then on Tuesday we are playing Ultimate Chicken Horse. That's the current schedule. That's changing for this week at least. I'm super excited. The new update looks so fun. The roller coaster and the hippo, and there's a snake on a skateboard we haven't unlocked yet. That guy looks sick, man. That's what's great about flat bottom lanterns. They can sit on a table or a shelf. I also don't have room for it to sit on anything. I'm like in a corner of a room. I really have any surfaces for it to sit on. One day maybe, but for now, I'll have to settle for looking at pretty lanterns instead. Yee. How are you guys' weekends going? Any fun stories? I know I saw most of you guys yesterday, so probably nothing has changed since then. But I figured I'd ask anyways. Let me launch the game up. We got a new lantern with pentacles on it. At a lunar fair, they are going to fly off the shelf. Ooh, pentacles. That's like a different. That's like a shape, right? Like the pentagon. Yeah, I think so. I missed streaming today while I was driving around town. EV Games is changing to GameStop. Really? Interesting. Interesting indeed. That's fascinating. I don't think I've ever been to a GameStop. I've always just seen EV. Is it like just they're changing the name, or is it a company merge or something? That's interesting. I go to EV Games all the time when I'm in like big cities, but my city does not have an EV game, so very rare do I ever get to actually go in one. A star in a circle. Oh, okay. This is like what a cross is to Christians, but for Wiccans. Oh, okay. Yeah. The summoning star, basically. I follow. It's because GameStop was only in the U.S., but it owned EV Games. Oh, so it's making them all the same name now. Oh, okay. Weird that they would have a different name in different countries in the first place. Yeah, that makes sense. Lots of witchy people at the moon fair. I bet, man. I can totally imagine. Yo, if you see my ex, just a heads up, not the good kind of witch. Just keep a heads up. Keep a heads up, coffee cups. You know. Anyways. Ugh. Drippy! Yo, how's it going, dude? I'm not in Florida. I know, but who knows where she is, She could be anywhere. Teleportation and all that stuff. I'm sure she's a level 9 witch by now, so I'm sure she's at least mastered broom riding, so she could be anywhere. You be good? Aw, glad to hear it, Dream Man. I know you were sick for a while. Are you feeling better now, dude? Also, Drippy's dream you sent me was quite the journey. I will say the best part was when I made a small cameo. That was my best. That was my favorite part. I enjoy getting like free advertisement in Drippy's dreams. Kind of wheezy, but I'm fine. Oh, okay. Wheezy's fine. Wheezy's fine. Queasy not so much, but Wheezy's fine. We accept Wheezy here. You're the special guest. I'm the guest of honor. All right. So yesterday, for those who weren't here, let me summarize. We were in court. We accepted. Oh, the game's muted. My bad. We accepted Mr. Fairy Odd Parrots as our client yesterday. Yes, thank you, thank you, Coffee Cups. We accepted Mr. Fairy Odd Parrots as our client. So far it's not been going well. Van Zieks, has been pulling out all the stops. We had to go around and meet the jury. And I love this jury, by the way. You're gonna all love them as well. And convince them that he not to say guilty. But really, nothing's happened yet. And right now, we're apparently meeting the witnesses that saw the event. So you didn't. It was a good stream to miss if you missed it, because really not a lot happened. Just like world building in general. Not the yesterday before last. Okay. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. This is a great start. This is a great start to stream. All I remember is that guy whose head looked like a moon. Yeah. The moon and the maid. We found out that the maid is actually his wife. But because in London at this time, if you couldn't afford a maid, you were like low in society. So she pretends to be the maid, so that people don't like think he's low class or something like that. And the maid's actually in the jury. Yeah, this is a duo. I need to have like something in my mouth when I talk as this one. Constable Roy B. Shaw, none to report on the street, sir. Jesus, poor guy. Yeah, he definitely is chewing on his helmet strap.
And I'm Miss Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife.
Oh boy. Mood. What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact,
Oh my, her eyes are sparkling. Stop.
we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
Poor dude. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed. Apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge from 20 miles a day, you know. I love how everyone's like, yeah, it's a really shitty job, but we're not going to change it. We're not going to do anything about that. You know, if it's not broken, don't break it, right? Except it's very broken. The patrol, boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check the meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duty at all.
I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Hot Bobby is a man of honor. Yeah, clearly a man of honor right here, sir. and a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beats?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly?
Roly-poly-oly? Roly-poly-oly, he's the finest shape around. Constable! How do I voice him? Constable Rolly Beats, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. What a great witness he's gonna be. What is this music? Yo! The orchestra had a good night's sleep and a great coffee before this court hearing. They wanted to give a show. Oh, and never mind. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. The orchestra so badly wants to play that music, man.
It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running. We ran straight over her, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box.
Ma'am, your eyes, I think the batteries need to be changed or something. They're flickering.
It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day.
I'd like to hear from Rolly first. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
No, dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsumi at the scene.
Is this Ooh Girl's ancestor? You know what? I could totally see that. It's the eyes, you know? I don't know what it is. Maybe the star that flickers in her eye, maybe that's what gives it away, but she has a lot of ooh in her.
If their testimony is true, they alternate the course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's Deaf Neil, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. Does she have older men falling at her feet? Ew, I hope not. Can we find out how old she is? Nope. Okay, thank God. They're normal aged. They are normal age. Puppet and puppets? Oh God, please no more. Yeah, she's 21. But you know what? I was expecting something like 12. I'm glad she's 21. What an unfortunate behancing. And you're on your wedding anniversary, too.
Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. And I thank the Lord for that. Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya. Gosh. The life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed, however, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon.
What do you mean by that?
My learned friend, the witnesses, saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. She looks like a doll. She does! You know, they honestly remind me of Raggedy Ann and Andy. They are testifying under oath that it was, without doubt, the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. That's half the jury. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. And there you go. There's the jury, guys. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. It'll be over in minutes because Van Zieks is going to break out into a ballet solo. Please? I would love to see that. I would love to judge his work. I mean, admire his work. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Kumbaya, my lord.
She even has like patches on her sweater as if she was Raggedy Ann. Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say. Are you also a member of the police, Miss Breed? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why the children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Raleigh looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down on the ground, doesn't it, darling?
She has full control over him. She absolutely wears and makes the pants in the relationship. I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Apparently, everyone in London has light blue eyes. Yeah, you're right so far, actually.
Oh no, Rolly! I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
No. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir. Yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. How else would we know they are Japanese? True.
What's that now?
My warrant card, sir. A proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it. As a reminder to all of us policemen, our sworn duty. So that's the Enchiridion of Adventure Time, basically. Oops. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all that Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure.
So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then.
How has this man not chewed through his helmet strap by now? He either has like really dull teeth, or that strap is made out of like steel chain. But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss Beats put up with a lot of... Miss Beats puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Okay, you two. Let's keep it professional. Let's keep that out of the court. No, Pat.
Oh, Raleigh!
Ah, damn it.
Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold.
No, it's kind of, yeah, get a room, please. It's kind of, a guy's life is in danger.
If a little over the top, perhaps.
And then, kindly describe what happened next.
Hold it! 2 silhouettes. That's right. They were coming towards us, walking a briar in the opposite direction.
But they are, that's the, yeah. But then I also find in real life, very often, it's weird to me, but couples will look alike. You know, like they look like you could pass them off as siblings sometimes, and it's freaky. Like if most of the time, if a couple was like, "Oh, this is my partner" or whatever, I'm like, "Oh, I also could have imagined them as your brother or sister. You guys look the same." It's weird. Yo, Teresa, long time no see. How is it going? Yeah, I'm streaming on a Sunday because I can. How's life going?
But that's right. They were coming towards us, walking up and down Briar Road in the opposite direction.
That's not menacing.
There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. And that does sound exactly the victim as pictured in his print. And like Mr. Natsume.
Work, sleep, sleep, work. Oh, I'm sorry, Teresa. Yeah, I don't miss working. Hopefully you're enjoying it, though.
Yes, unfortunately it does.
And you're certain at the time there was nobody else nearby. I saw something out of the window and scared myself with my reflection. Trippy. Are you sure you're feeling okay, dude? That's so funny. Wait, Drippy, what did you send me? Why? A dog going, I want Taco Bell. Why? Being you sounds like, oh my god, I read trap. Being you sounds like a trap.
Oh, yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are street lights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrian.
Low battery. I want some Taco Bell. Well, then go get yourself some Taco Bell, man. I miss Taco Bell. It's too bad they don't make veggie options. But before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Okay, no more videos from Drippy today on stream.
Yes, as a copper who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat.
No, Raleigh!
Anyways,
They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like there must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsumi, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly.
thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? One of them collapsed.
Scattered something. What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then, when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
He's gonna break his neck.
Well, yes, that's right. It was some old books.
I see, old books.
Yes, sir. The copper had dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement.
Indeed, that's clearly pictured in this photographic print. Yes. Oops. Something about the Japanese being creepy.
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker.
He sent me his stupid gerbil face again.
But we saw him. He was the man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything.
Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right. He looked down at the poor, defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here.
May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue.
Yes, sir.
Dies. Okay.
Hold it! Was it your husband who went to fetch for help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
What? Ah, yes, that's right. I asked Mr. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point, but Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Not just vegetarian, but vegan. I mean, if it's vegetarian, all I would have to do to make it vegan is take the cheese off. Like, it doesn't have to be a vegan taco. It can just be a vegetarian taco, and then I ask for no cheese. It's a really fine line, you know? Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of the crime is a task of considerable importance.
And that's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box.
Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
It depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it.
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for his help. From the Bobby on duty. There is nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. You can get beans instead of meat? Wait. A vegetarian Frank taco. Oh, can you? Oh my god, can you get a bean taco? I might be getting Taco Bell tonight. If that's true, that's amazing. I want a bean taco now.
No, please. You're making us blush, isn't he, darling?
Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir.
Let's move on, shall we?
Jeez, last one.
Hold it! But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you?
We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right.
Dude, you're gonna break his neck. Please, please. I'm so scared for him.
The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Ah, yes, and what of the fog?
We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
Yes, all right, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
Poor dude.
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was the little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
That sounded like his neck broke.
Why, yes, it was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes,
Yeah, we heard that already.
As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Sosuke-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime.
Well, we're in trouble.
So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony.
What do you think, Mr. Naruto?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Pete saw what they saw. Mr. Natsumi running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us?
The members of the jury... members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict at this testimony.
Oh no! Then what do we do?
If Kazuma sama were here,
What are you trying to say?
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else in their testimony.
What do you mean, somewhere else?
Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsumi is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them. Make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate.
No, right.
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in the statements somewhere else. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Why do I always have to seem to be so... What? Why do I always seem to be so upset? So against it? Oh my god. Still won't have sour cream, and what's the point of a taco without sour cream? No, I think it's fine without sour cream. I've had many tacos without sour cream. If it's spicy, that's the part that matters to me. I want a little kick in my taco, you know?
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
No, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it.
Yeah, Glenn, we said the same thing. She's absolutely Gigi's ancestor. Oh, so this is her husband. What? No. Don't know. It's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything, like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one. I could. Every single one. And you dare question how reliable my testimony is.
That will do, Miss Beat.
No, it won't at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. This poor man probably has a concussion by now. I know. He's the one who says, "Oh, she has to put up with so much," but the dude's getting no sleep because he's being a puppet. Also, this music is such a bop. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beat. Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
His neck is this close to being permanently broken. It's just like it's a flimsy glow stick at this point. Well, let's hear the names of the 4 books, ma'am. Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at a nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question.
After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure.
As opposed to temporarily broken? Yes.
I'm a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly.
And what was your husband doing at the time?
Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest.
What?
He works ever so hard, you know, ever so hard. Don't you, darling?
Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mr. Beat, seeing as you've regaled the court with the tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene?
I'd be happy to. Now are you listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other, and what's it, yearnings? Then there was, a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the thingamy's something.
Wow, she's got quite the memory, guys. But quite the memory.
You see?
No, I don't.
Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory.
Oh well, they were all along those lines, I'm quite sure.
They were indeed books found at the scene, titles along those lines, as you put it.
Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling?
Oh Jesus!
Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to.
Put the gun down, sir, please. Please and thank you. I don't trust this man with a gun to save my life. Terrifying.
Yes, she really is.
No, he is. Oh my God.
So that's it, is it?
No, we've already heard this. We've already been through this. Yeah, we know. Yeah, we know. Why don't make me go through all of this after everything? Come on. I got a show to run here. Okay, let's look at our inventory, shall we? There's only 3 books here. She said 4? Maybe that's what it wants me to do? Okay. There were also only 3 books here. She did say 4, right? Okay. I don't know which one she wants me to show, so I'll save just beforehand. Because there's 2 pieces of evidence that show 4 books. Present. Let's try this one.
Objection. So, you're saying that there were 4 books?
That's right. I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody wasn't yarning a meal for someone, and the thing got me something.
I'm sorry, Miss Beat.
Beat it! Beat it!
But there is a fundamental flaw in the statement of yours.
Oh no! What flaw?
Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought these books.
Your books?
Yes, and it details Mr. Natsumi's purchase that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 30-odd books.
Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. Humpty Dumpty got stabbed in the back. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books.
But I just don't believe it. I saw them there. I swear it. I saw them.
No, madam. I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon.
Gah!
So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Objection!
Oh. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend.
What? What?
How many wine glasses does he have? He's already broken 2 of them. What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving.
Ah!
Ah! So you're striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsensual discrepancies. I like how the camera goes to every character, even though it's obvious who shouted objection, right? The person who makes that glassware, that's what I was thinking too, Genie. Literally, like, I was about to say, like, yo, like, if we go back in time and in this universe, let's invest in this wine company, this wine glass company, because clearly they have to make dozens just for this man alone, and they do not look cheap. Would that be fair?
Ugh, he sees right through me.
Sees right through me.
Wait, what song is that? What song has those lyrics? Damn it, I forget. Something sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you.
What are you talking about?
It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect.
Oh!
You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection. But what about the photograph print? It only shows 3 books.
Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print.
That print? You mean to say?
Jesus. Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. You think the guys who bought the seats to this showing got discount tickets because that's a splash zone behind him? Or do you think it would be more money to get the splash zone behind Van Zieks? The Lion's Pride? Hey! Okay, first of all, it's burnt up. And also, that's the book that came from... this dude. That's his favorite book. Why does she have it?
Yes, it's the 4th book.
As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso.
No! No!
Oh my god. Did you guys see that? They're not wearing... at first I was like, aw, that's cute. She made them matching scarves. No. They're wearing the same scarf. She has him on a leash.
There! You see? You see? Look at that! Look, look, look!
Yeah, no worries, Clem.
Yes.
Just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir.
Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mr. Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lacroix.
What's it, yearnings?
Canterbury Yearnings.
A meal for someone.
A meal for Gabba Gibbagoo, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book's titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mr. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Ronnie? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia's is flawless.
But there were only 3 books in that receipt, and Miss Beat mentioned 4.
We're going in circles here. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim.
The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book?
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigation officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, Counsel. My pleasure, my lord. All right. That's definitely his book. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add.
What?
You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain, and entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you try to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination.
Futile? I walked into this, didn't I?
He's a melodramatic theater kid, obviously. Of course, man.
You see, everything we said is true. Isn't it right, my darling?
Yes, Pot. Marry me, Pot.
Okay. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? Ooh, you have heard all the witnesses and seen all the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruto, I'm afraid we are in a terrible, precarious position.
No, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Rhinosuke, think. What do you do now?
I want to raise an objection, because always given the chance, I would like to raise an objection. Because in real life, I don't like to make confrontations, but in video games, I love confrontations.
I'm not done yet. Not satisfied.
No, my learned friend, it's over. The last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate.
Well, he might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say.
Aw, I'm so glad, Conflicus, man. As soon as I walked upstairs from stream, she was there in the middle of the floor, just in the box lid. Not in a box, just on the lid. I had to take a picture of it for you.
If I may, Lord Van Zieks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Humph. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. Hey now. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene in a moment like this.
Oh! I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you'll have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruto!
Oh, she caught the feelings. That was it. One of this land's great guidance principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam.
Go ahead, Mr. Sato, please. I have nothing else. It's all on you now.
Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? As your okay.
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruto, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
Yes, I understand. And thank you, Mr. Sato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win one last chance here. This is the moment you own it. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Kumbaya.
Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. It's the book! Right? Can I examine it first?
Oh, look at this! The book has been badly burnt.
You're right. You'll never be able to read it in this state, especially not the later pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
A book. Recently damaged by fire. Why is that raise a red flag with me?
Yay! Okay, good. We needed to update it. Okay.
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book, found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We've already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know.
Arg!
Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I'm afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yes, my lord. Kumbaya is,
Mr. Naruto, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means we may very well be on the right track.
Yes! I think you might be right.
So, counsel, precisely where is the final clue in this case? Yeah, right here.
Got it! I'm not British. I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? What do you... Oh, good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp.
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Look, they have the same scarf.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend?
No!
Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day, but he wouldn't speak English with an American accent. That's why I'm doing a Canadian accent. Duh. Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth did this charred book hide?
A charred book. There is just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory.
And don't keep us waiting any longer, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. Its owner.
My lord, Kumbaya, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon.
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand, and she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers.
He learned British English. He would speak with a British accent if he was fluent. Oh, you know what? I guess you're right. Damn it, I guess you are right, Copicus, man. That does make sense, right? Yeah, I guess so.
The question of how this book came into the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how can you possibly... Very well. I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. The counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. Who does it belong to, you ask? John Garadeb. Obviously.
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who owns the house where the defendant has his lodgings.
Jesus, that was a 360.
A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb.
The landlords.
And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but...
The judge wears a big wig because he is the judge and he's British. Yes.
Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Miss Garadeb herself.
Oh my goodness me! I think I must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Miss Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop that pretense. All right then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book, in Mr. Garadeb's house?
I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say. You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
No, idiot. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know. Not on the day in question. At almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed, on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house.
Good lord! What sort of incident, counsel?
A fire, my lord. In their pants. Got him!
Afraid to say who was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place full of smoke. Couldn't see a Bali.
Yeah, there was a fire. We know. You lost your favorite book, The Lion's Pride. Ha ha ha. The book we're holding. What face is that? Damn it. The Lion's Pride. By Jove! The very same title that is subject of this debate. Oh dear me.
Objection!
This is risible. All you've told the court is that the book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Judges wear wigs in Britain to this day? Do they really? I didn't know that. I thought that was just a bit. So he's not wearing it because like he's ashamed to be bald or anything. He's wearing it because like he has to.
Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Miss Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames.
Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Ronnie?
Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. She only chokes me constantly and breaks my neck every other day. But it's all out of love.
Every time they try to change the rules, it gets rejected to preserve the dignity of the office. What the hell? Up in smoke. Yep. Flashback. We know. We just saw. They wear silly hats to preserve dignity. That's so stupid and funny. The man had his back up against the window, and he had a burning book thrown at him. Good gracious. Are you suggesting that the book was thrown out through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there was no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken.
And that's quite true. We also saw no signs of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb household.
Britain, am I right? Yeah, that's so funny. My brain is mush. Oh, Glam joined the club. You're done work now, right? Yeah. Freedom for Glam. Can I borrow someone else's brain so I can keep studying? I would offer mine, but it doesn't know Spanish, so I'm sure it wouldn't really help you. You can still have it if you want, but I don't know how much good it'll do you.
But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time?
Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter.
Ah!
I'm gonna fall asleep again. Aw, Genie. Is your cat still taking up your entire bed? Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that this book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Miss Garrideb's wife? It had to have been.
I believe it's a possibility, my lord.
Oh. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. I mean, coward. Really? I've been falling asleep on and off all day. Aw, Genie. Whoever has Genie's light switch, stop flicking it. leave it on, please.
Really?
Claiming that a little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight. Honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case. Not any of it. All you've done is sully your family's name.
No, I assure you that was never my intention.
Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears. That's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Yeah, too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here listening to Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed that victim is that little hunchback with a mustache. And he ran away from the scene, too.
I do declare you're right.
It's true. I'm a normal man.
Yes. What did I tell you?
Makes sense to me.
Sorry. What's that?
Mr. Button chops his brown eyes. Oh, hey, yeah, he does. It would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zieks? I'm drunk. In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage.
No! Wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been...
Lick my boot. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time.
What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time?
Ahem! In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's, culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty.
Oh,
Guilty.
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 Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Not again. Oh my god. Not again, man. What are we supposed to do? That's definitely her book. We gotta get her to talk. But thank you for that unambiguous response.
That's twice now. It's over.
Mr. Naruto, don't give up.
Miss Usato,
Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
you're not suggesting...
Of course. The defense has the right to another summation examination at this point.
The world is weird. Let's go home. Yeah, agreed.
You can still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
My lord, Kumbaya, the defense has to exercise its right to summation examination.
You believe you still have the tricks up your sleeve?
I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. Scooby-Dooby-Doo! This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined.
To be contoned. Immediately. Save. I know what you're doing. I see you. You can't hide from me. Stop it. Stop it. Thank you. You know who I was talking to, too. You know. You know. You know who I'm talking to. Yeah, that's right, you. Stop it. I'm aware. Stop. Stop what you're doing. We'll wait. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury. And I am determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. I'm drunk. Thank you, Clem. I totally imagine him just one day being, Judge, I'm sloshed. Can we... What? Can you repeat the question? I'm so sorry. Yeah, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and consciously for the court, concisely, the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Bow, bow, bow. We get to talk to Norman again.
Gil left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime. If the window was closed, can it? I'm a normal man.
Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even if a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get this over with. And if I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
Oh? Could he have burnt the book? Yes. Considerably more tangible arguments from all the members of the jury this time around, it seems. Half of them didn't even give reasons why they thought it was guilty. What do you say? With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. This is what I picture every time he pours a glass of wine. Oh my god, yes! That is exactly what he does. I'm entirely too drunk for this. Oh, I can't wait to watch The Simpsons. I'm excited.
That means I'm afraid that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here?
Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. What is your percent on this, Mr. Van Zieks? I don't know. I'm too drunk. I don't know. I'm too drunk. It could come back to me in a few minutes. It's like when you're in English class and you can like skip to not read, like a pass. there is no passing, Van Zieks. It's just you. Oh, pass. Pours another glass.
And there I was, thinking this might be hard.
Mr. Naruto, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends.
Ugh, no pressure then.
That's quite enough. Preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please.
Oh yes, my lord, kumbaya. All right, time to focus.
There you go, coffee cups. There's his slappy face.
Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say Miss Garrideb.
Yeah, but we have a book that disappeared from Garrideb's house on the evening of the incident. And the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far. Whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Miss Garrideb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
Oh, I can do that in this one? Interesting. Aight. He would look so not threatening if he didn't have Kazuma's sword. All right.
But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3.
Wow, what difference does it make?
There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord.
Yes, that's the part I have a problem with.
Anything? No? Okay. I'm a normal man.
Sorry?
Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap of his wife or something, you said.
That's not exactly how I put it, no.
Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it. Which only leaves a Nipponese fellow.
Honestly, I can't see what's all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I've nothing left to say. Huh. Hold it! So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, just delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan and rational woman.
That's great!
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern metropolitan and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
And not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern metropolitan and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
But as modern cows, they're always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that, too, if only I could.
Let's do our very best now to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
That's right. I'm glad you admitted rational there. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime. Even the window was closed. Get it? I'm a normal man. Hold it! But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? But you couldn't categorically say that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point in even having windows, huh?
Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering.
Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge over otherwise.
Alright, you.
But the little book was on fire at the time, wasn't it not?
With flames of love, I'll have you know.
There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb.
I mean, you guys tend to blow me up all the time with bombs, and I take it as a form of love, so I would disagree. Ryan.
Well, he brought it upon himself.
No. I know you guys mean it out of love.
He's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Miss Garrideb.
Stop trying to slap him.
Never mind that. The point is, we were just having a juvenile little dispute, nothing more.
Stop it.
And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it wasn't anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Miss Garrideb's relentless onslaughts.
It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
His reason for them being guilty is always, I want to go home.
You just want to get this over with. How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at the stake here.
Well, him and me both then, like I said before.
What?
I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning.
What?
You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe me.
Another shining example of marital bliss, then.
A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well. You know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember.
Sorry?
It was too frightening. That's the thing. I must have blocked it out.
Helpful.
I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the towns by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Mrs. Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this.
You had a fire. Let's hear it. Let's hear it from our favorite juror, guys.
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry, what was that? You have to speak up, lad.
Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake for my birthday.
Aww.
It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was.
Aww.
You put candles on a cake? Yes. Was it some kind of devil worship?
Oh, did they not put candles on cakes in this time? Or in Japan, maybe?
Well, of course not. It was an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, obviously.
His little eyes. He's so cute. I know, me too, Clem.
It seems it's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruto.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. How did you catch a cold from a fire?
What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames.
Was he christened?
And then, because the whole room had filled with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it out.
The windows?
The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I got a terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
I knew it was the devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason.
Well, yeah, he opened the windows. Yeah, I know. I don't need tips. Can we just get back to it? I know what I'm doing. Ah! Come on. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Thank you. Anyways, the window was closed. You, Mr. Man, versus you.
These two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another.
They do. How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you, it wasn't me.
What's that you say? Speak up, lad, speak up.
Jury number 3. Do you see?
Oh, me. See what, sir?
Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebration last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he opened his windows in the middle of winter.
Well, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh!
Exactly! On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household. And then Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh, my.
Oh, my hat! Ma'am?
Excuse me.
Jury number 4, do you have something to say about that?
Shots. That's straight whiskey.
Miss Garadeb!
Oh, dearie me. Everyone's getting drunk at this one. Oh, my God.
What is the meaning of this?
How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
Well, what is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
Well, I beg your pardon. What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window.
And what if we did? All right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy, since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Even though your house was on fire?
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Jesus Christ.
Of course! I should have realized.
She needs therapy.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruto. You've managed to establish the window was open. We simply must have that added to Miss Gyarados' formal statement.
The window was open at the time. I clean forgotten, but it's true. The window could have been open when the woman was throwing books. I mean, it's definitely a possibility. Right. Oh, so do I just talk to them now? Why is she's That's the thing. I know that's what I want to know. Well, I'm guessing, like, you know, they didn't assume she was part of the case beforehand. You know, they were like, oh, this person, let's call her, and it's just lucky. But yeah, no, she should not be a juror if she's part of the case.
At the point when the victim was attacked on Briar Road, we know there was a small house fire in Mr. Gyarados' household on the opposite side of the street. Well, yes, it certainly seems that way. And on account of the smoke, I imagine they would have had the windows wide open in spite of the cold. We also know that Miss Gyarados was throwing flaming books at her husband. Her husband, who was backed into a corner by the window due to his wife's frenzied attack. Yes, that's right. So there's definitely a chance that one of the books could have thrown past the man and out of the window. Only what? Only I can't really see how it could have gone all the way over to the other side of the road, that's all. Nah! So I don't really see how I can change my decision, really. Oh, I see. That wasn't enough. What is it going to take to persuade these people?
Okay.
The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Gyarados told us he had been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading?
I did. Or
Ha!
it was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't. You innocent man, I didn't remember. At the times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as you well know. I don't well know.
I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book.
Oh boy.
Much less the title of it.
Excuse me. What is it, juror number 5?
You know something? I remember what it was. The memory I blocked out.
Ah!
It was listening to what this granny was saying and brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Miss Garrett, or the maid. I'll have you know, or the maid.
The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time.
It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home from after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out.
Oh dear, what a disaster.
You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
Oh?
The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight, I've lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. It stuck into the wall next to me, it did, about an inch deep. Oh my god. I am so scared for everyone in this game.
No words, just terror. No thoughts, head empty. No words, just terror.
I could smell it then, you know, the god-awful stench of the Thames.
I know, right, Clem?
Jesus. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy bench that night, I tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruto, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized.
At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
Oh my. Yeah, or body slam them to the ground with a Susato takedown.
What? Attack? Who are you going to attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
All right. We'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later if I dare.
Okay. A woman in rage will hurl almost anything. Yes, the window was open the time I'd clean forgotten, but it's true. The window could have been open when the woman was throwing books. It's definitely a possibility. I want to hear the rest of what she was saying. I think we stopped halfway through. Uh-huh. I didn't remember.
Right, totally understandable.
I mean, you can't waste time deciding what to use next, can you? When you feel the way I did, you don't care what it is. You just want to smash it into his face.
You see where violence can lead, Mr. Sato.
I'm disheartened to think you might believe me capable of such behavior. Anyway, I have a feeling I might have noticed some reacting.
Yeah, I already did that one though. Okay, hold on. Let's recount. Let's recount here, shall we? Blueberry's enjoying his afternoon snack. Aw, that's so cute. I wish I was enjoying my afternoon snack. Oh my god, Glenn, yes. I love it. Perfect. That is such a better face. Imagine her cheeks as dumplings full of pudding. I imagine her like Kirby. Okay, let's go back to see if we can... The accused left behind evidence at the scene. Those 3 books of his. If there was some alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. The window could have been open when the woman was throwing books. It's a possibility. Now that you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time.
I'd clean forgotten, but it's true. A woman in rage will hurl anything at you. The kitchen knife really brought that home. Oh my god! Did she throw a knife out the window and it stabbed that girl? Is that how she died? That's brutal. She sees a book flying through the air. She's like, oh, what is this book? And then stabs in the back?
These two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection.
Good grief. You don't mean they don't contradict each other. Explain, counsel, at once.
Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative?
Oh my, whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garrett's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garrett household to the streets below.
Hey, what's that now?
After all, Mr. Garrett could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you beanpole? Beanpole?
I'm beginning to think that, ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened.
Well, now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house. But what? What was it?
I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. All right, Mr. Foreman. I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way into Mr. Garredub's scene was the knifey knife. Take that! Juror number 4, Miss Garredub.
What? What now?
I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Oh! Good Lord, counsel! What on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man! That wasn't a back, man! From Jamaica, man!
My lord! Remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garredub were in throes of an argument. Miss Garredub was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp.
Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Even my missus hasn't gotten in aim like that.
Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But what's the point? But that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Oh my. Poor guy's gonna have a heart attack.
Miss Garredub, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not?
Bear has been booped. Aww. Oh no. Did we just solve the entire case?
I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions.
Mr. Foreman!
I have to agree. Not that I think that the granny did it, mind. Yes, you know what? I'm quite happy about this at the moment. Oh, I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. I was like, what? You know what? I'm really enjoying this. This is really fun. Let's continue. All together now, ladies and gents.
Wait, but not the grandpa? Why not Gramps?
We did it!
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruto.
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. I don't think he knows what's happening. It's so funny because I think you're right. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinions of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. He's still daydreaming about his angel food cake. Ooh, I like where this case is going now. Now then, Lord Van Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? I'm too drunk for this. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. And I'm drunk. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. He's gotta have, under his desk, shelves of those cups. And like a few bottles as well. But what follows is so repugnant. It's good for nothing. Save the gutter.
If I may, Lord Van Zieks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened.
Credible. Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed.
What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time?
It would already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garadeb household runs a farther wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from Miss Garadeb's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards.
Let me see. 15 yards. That's around 14 meters.
14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined.
And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightfully noted as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. And that's what I'm trying to picture in my head too, Glenn. I'm trying to like, what's 14 meters? Like that's not far. I'm trying to compare it to like a 100-meter race. 14 meters isn't far at all. She could absolutely chuck that knife that far. That's totally not that far. I'm here to cause chaos. Ash, hey, welcome! You know what's funny is I was talking about this the other day. Every time so far you and Juan have joined stream, things go haywire so quickly. Especially if she threw the knife from a first story. I think their second story, which actually makes it easier because like it would have farther to go, but like before it dropped to the ground completely. The chaos life chose me. To land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Yeah, exactly, Glenn. Like, that's so easy. It could have hit her. Is that what your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Listen here, Ash. And the victim was leaning over to pick up the book that fell out of the sky. That's exactly what I was thinking too, Coffee Cups. If she was leaning down to pick it up, could have easily hit her back.
There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. When your mom, when you... Mrs. Sato! Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here.
Oh, we don't really ever get to see them stand beside each other like that.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea of fantasy, but what the defense has postulated is believable enough to persuade the jury to change their leanings. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit a cross-examination.
Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? I mean, yes. Does that mean we get a new juror? Hors d'oeuvres! Hors d'oeuvres for everybody! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
Stop wasting that alcohol! And unnecessary. Lord Van Zieks! That's the second time this case he's smashed an entire bottle. And like 5 times he broke a cup full of it. Like, this dude's just wasting alcohol. There were already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's partial theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes.
And we must assume...
Oh, and we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses?
Yes, sir. Constable Raleigh beat reporting for duty, sir.
Is the judge Santa Claus? Yes! Ash, I've actually photoshopped an image for a YouTube thumbnail with him as Santa Claus. He absolutely is. Imagine if he hit someone in the crowd behind him. Is it really crazy? Is it really so crazy that the maid threw a knife at someone in the street when this man is throwing bottles at people behind him? Right? Also furthering my point that behind him is absolutely the splash zone that people buy tickets to. They have like the poncho to wear and everything. Well, good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir.
You get everyone in the splash zone brings a cup just in case the wine they can catch some like, oh yes, I get to have some of this.
I haven't slept for a month on account for a villain who has appeared on my beat, sir.
Oh, they are so heroic, these Londoner bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Raleigh, my hero, you make me swoon.
Get a room. Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request. Yeah, they are married, Ash. Unfortunately.
Oh,
and order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forth. What? I can't take this seriously with this freaking music. State forthwith before the court. I imagine they're getting louder and louder and louder, the orchestra, and the judge is like, trying really hard. And state forth before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Quiet with the music! I can't be heard!
Yes, sir.
They're also sharing one long scarf.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. or Mrs. Garrideb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrideb house are top hinge casements.
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
One time Willie got litter all over himself and I vacuumed it off, and of course he can't run away. I don't think he knew what would happen to him. Aww.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on the front, sir.
Whoa, this is quite startling. Top hinged casement windows. What is that? Like a coconut head. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. No. No, do not do those hands.
Ooh, yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. Ahem. Ooh.
You cannot excuse your sins with a drowsiness every time, Constable. The windows open upwards? That's still possible, though, right? It would just curve, is all.
No, sir.
Sorry, but what exactly is a top hinge casement window?
And you cannot excuse your ignorance of such trite remarks, my learned friend.
Of course, sorry.
I found it, Mr. Naruto, in my book that has everything in it. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's room.
All right, I'll try.
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house.
Oh. It opens downwards.
But as is a top hinge, oh, the hinge is at the top. Okay. Casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see.
I'm glad you rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. Geekster, yo! How's it going, man? Thanks so much for the sub, dude. 15 months? Bruh, that's... Oh my god, it's so long. Won't be here for long, but yeah, no worries, Geekster, man. I'm glad you could stop in it all. You're not dead. You're alive. Van Zieks. Mr. Van Zieks has been breaking bottles left, right, and center.
It prevents it opening. This is all new to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife here were to have been thrown through the open window, to the wall, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
Maybe it went down, hit an umbrella, bounced, and then went into her back. The school's killing me. No, I'm sorry, Geekster, man. How? Oh my God! How is your acting coach's slave? You called him her assistant. Any more stories with that one? Is that the rest of the lyrics? I had no idea. Mr. Future because of school and hangover. Oh yeah, no worries, Geekster, man. I'm glad you have friends and it's not just us. That makes me really happy. My son's doing well. He has friends. I had no idea that was the lyrics. Wow, that changes things. You see the problem then? Good, your education of Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. The drama teacher's toe sniffer. Ew. Toe sniffer.
That can't be!
Did you see that, Raleigh? The young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
Oh, yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumpled before me.
Oh, Raleigh, you're so strong.
How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed.
The counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again. The court awaits your cross-examination.
My lord, kumbaya. Oh, good. Another desperate situation.
Bang.
He keeps bothering us when we're performing, when in reality, we're talking to each other and quietly sneaking our phones, wondering, you guys have any ideas that he did this gross thing with his pencil? Wait. Rubbing the eraser around his mouth, nose area, like, ew, you're trying to erase your mustache? Will it work because you didn't have any, sir? Wait. When we're performing, when in reality we're talking to each other and quietly sneaking our phones, wondering, you guys have any ideas that he did this gross thing? Oh, ew! That's gross! Nasty! No wonder you call him a toe sniffer. I bet he does like toes. Ew, ew! The sweet couple! Hey, the old hunters, how's it going? Yeah, they're cute. They remind me of Raggedy Ann and Andy. A lot. Okay. Let's start pressing.
Hold it! How can you say that for certain?
A very good question, sir. And the answer is this.
And this school is so ghetto, I want to get out. Wait. What does... Excuse my boomer talking. What does ghetto mean? Like, I've always heard it, like, oh, in the ghetto. But I've never really known the definition. That just mean, like... I'll just let you guys explain it, please. Please tell me.
It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it, as a reminder to all of us policemen of our sworn duty.
He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember.
To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes adamantly, sir.
Oh, Raleigh, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia.
I would not call him manly. Thanks, Google. So useful. Wait, what does it say? Is it in Spanish? You don't know how to use Wikipedia? No, I know how to use it. I'm just asking you guys instead of looking it up. Since I'm in the final year of secondary school, we have an extra 30 minutes of lessons at the end, and the little ones who just joined have drama club. They couldn't have drama club in our hall, so they made the kids act outside. Ew. What is this, outdoor prison? Might as well drop. Ew, outside? Gross. No. No, I don't want to act outside where people could see me. It's like a slum, poor area. Oh, okay, that's what I thought it was, but I had to make sure. Okay, I'm glad I was right. I went to a high school that was like a prison. We even ended up on the news once because of a Jesus, Ash. Did you start the riot? You really did choose the Chaos Life. Really did choose you, eh?
Oh, Pat.
Oh, Raleigh.
No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb?
Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir.
Ashley went to school in Argentina. Confirmed. Do you guys have a class, Glenn? Like riot class, or I don't know, riot history? It teaches you all the greatest riots and how to do one properly. Riot 101. Your math teachers? Oh no. When math teachers are the worst. Oh, it's such a hard subject. You need good teachers for math. That's just history class, TBH. The man calls us dumb in so many ways without saying it properly. Oh, ew. Does he do it like Van Zieks does?
Well, yes, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then.
Absolutely, sir. I will answer that to the fullest of my ability, sir. The surprising reason why Mr. Garrett... But before I get into that, sir, just one thing.
Yes.
I very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here.
So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Thank you, I'll try.
Okay, good to know. One year they did a senior prank and somehow the principal's car on the roof. Juan? How? He definitely deserved it. How? How did he get a car on a roof? Oh my god. Bruh.
By the way, now by which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct?
Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see. So they restricted us to how much they open.
They also baby oiled the freshman building. Jesus Christ. Okay. And therefore, anything thrown out the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the streets directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where the object would have fallen. Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road.
Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinge casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir?
How do you even know? Why did you have any idea what sorts of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house is furnished with?
Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Oh, yes?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Miss Speed?
Sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
I want to go to Ash's school. We don't even get pranks. We don't do prank giving teachers. No! Giving teachers attitude is our limit. Oh. I mean, I don't think anyone's ever pranked any of my high schools either, but I just don't think people cared enough to do it. It was so bad.
Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
This This freaking music is gonna be the death of me.
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Raleigh's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, that street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Raleigh's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
Gospel beat.
Yeah, oh, yeah, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garradib household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir.
It really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garradib household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Garradib's house. Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat.
The relationship is giving codependent. Yes. Anyway, this is the only time I get to relax watching you call, which is the time I'm supposed to be asleep. No! I'm so glad you can at least chill with us, Geekster, but I'm so sorry you should be asleep while here. Oh, that makes me feel bad. Maybe I'll change stream time, Geekster, just so you can show up. At least... Wait. I was gonna say at least it's close to December. No, that's 3 months away. It's not close to December. You're right in the middle of school still. You just started your first month. At least October's coming up soon. Monkey Ball, Halloween. The new Jackbox is coming out. We got stuff to look forward to.
I see. I was unaware of that.
Don't you that it affects so many people. Yeah, but Geekster, you're our #1 man. No, I will admit, I am considering making stream an hour earlier. Because by the last hour of stream, everyone's like way going to bed. And yeah, exactly. 50% of everyone is going to bed early. Sorry, like early, yeah, exactly what I meant. So I have been debating starting an hour earlier. I might test it. I might see how it goes for people.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go that far. They'd be able to celebrate her wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby, after all.
That's dinner time. That is not dinner time. That is sleep time. Stream ends at 11? Okay. Okay. I know for Coco it's even later, though. Yeah, that's not bad. I think 10 o'clock would be an okay time to end stream for you guys. It would work for you, Coffee Cups? Okay. I'll definitely ask you guys in the Discord and get everyone's opinion. And maybe next time we'll try it. I'd try BM and be like, coffee time after. Yeah, you know Glenn has to have her cup of coffee before bed. Coco is streaming right now, so not sure it'd be... Oh, that's true. Why is she streaming so late? Usually it's so late for her when we stream. Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Raleigh for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pot, my love. That must be it.
I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
You know when you see a couple just too lovey-dovey and it makes you a little sick? It's like, ugh, like ew, that's them. They make me feel a little nauseous. And like, I'm a helpless romantic, but that's a bit too much.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruto. I'll take care of it immediately.
You'll have... That's not what I mean. I just mean they have a little too much feelings, you know?
And now it's my turn, I think.
Okay, I want to see what we have. I'll stream a family dinner once, and I'll show you. It will be like 1 a.m. and my aunt will be like, "Aight, coffee." Oh my God, Clem's family stream. Can we get it in subtitles, please, so we can understand? Oh, this got updated. Pavement of Briar Road. It just says the east side of it. Okay. Can we look at this? All right. Principles of policing, folks. Yesterday I went out with my best friends, my best bestie, her sister, and her boyfriend. Oh, her brother, not her sister. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Her brother and her boyfriend. Ooh, okay. Juicy. You continue, Geekster. I'm gonna make a podcast called Cafecito. I can't read that. Glad you're gonna be my first guest. Your large bestie, Geekster? Okay, a policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Metropolitan Police regulations. Any crimes fall under jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. So then why wasn't the other one? My legs, bestie! Oh, that's good. That's good.
Hold it! But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Raleigh and I were strolling along gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky stars.
Sorry?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Okay.
Can't it guide you to the answer to the question?
If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star.
And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Raleigh been an inspector, I would have said 3 times at least.
Well, of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars, ooh-woo.
In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you?
Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir.
Oh yeah, no worries, Geekster man. I'm really curious to see where this story goes. Who will kills me? We do ooh quite a lot here. We ooh quite a bit.
It certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Okay.
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Raleigh's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't expect to know the location of every police box on every beat.
So Raleigh told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Raleigh!
Clem, if you kill for Woolly Bear, can it be either one of these two or both. Either's fine. You're choosing. Take your pick.
No, please.
Yes, they disgust me good.
So, I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
No, I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir.
Like, I really don't like them. God, there were so many couples like these in high school. Ugh, it was so gross.
Nothing to report.
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir.
Really? That seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me.
But this burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrett household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time?
High school? Yeah. You know what, Coffee Cups? You're right. Just high school in general, all of it was gross. But especially the couples in it.
Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well?
Even if they were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? And as we can see from the photographic print, that she had a bag over her shoulder.
Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene.
Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how the knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
All right, let's try to figure it out then, shall we?
Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lewis, sir?
Oh, yes, of course, what is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman doesn't make my testimony any less valuable.
That's not what anyone was applying, ma'am.
You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
This music.
Hi! I really don't mean ever suggesting that I doubted you.
Poll guys, do you misogyny again, Cole? Moving on. What do you guys think? Should we make this the new intro song? Yeah, welcome back, Geekster. I went to get a popsicle. A lolly. All right, you have us in suspense, Geekster. What's the story? What's the story? We're dying to know.
No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Miss Beat. I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one.
That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's words count for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Raleigh won't.
Duly noted, Miss Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
It was me and my best friend. We lived close to each other, so we took the same bus to our bestie's rendezvous. Okay. Bear in mind, it was for my bestie's birthday. I got her a BTS album. Aww! Love that.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
Wait, what? Oh, is this what she's adding? Okay.
Miss Beat, nobody is questioning about what you told us.
I saw it, I did. That evening I saw it clearly. That little eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back, slinking away from the scene.
Ha!
And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
Oh, very clear. You also mentioned something about having a porch in the direction.
Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Raleigh. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me. They didn't arrive yet, so me and my best friend spent 10 minutes at a game store. I was literally about to buy WarioWare, but thank God she texted me that they arrived. Bruh. You saved your money. Woo! Although WarioWare does, I mean, that wouldn't be a bad buy, but like, I'm glad you saved your money, especially because Monkey Ball's coming out and priorities,
Constable Beats, is there a problem?
No problem, sir. I'm a rapper god, am I? My wife beats me. My neck's a plaster.
So me, my best friend, my bestie's 11-year-old brother, and her long-ass boyfriend, who's tall for no reason, was here. I thought you meant long as in like a tall person, but then you also clarified they were tall. I was like, oh, so they've been in a relationship a long time. Okay, gotcha. We're all dressed nice, especially me. I was sexy that day. Yes, you were, Geekster. Yes, you were. But,
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Oh, well, in a way, sir, yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all.
You mean Miss Beat lost her way on the night of the incident?
Well, you see, I sent her off to find the police box in the next beat over for mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Raleigh, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet?
But my best friend wore his coat that he wears to school. Like be different. Oh my god. And my bestie's boyfriend wore a t-shirt for her B-date. My god. I question boys these days. Praying for her. Oh my god. Everyone, send your prayers to Geekster's friend's boyfriend. A t-shirt to his birthday. Come now. Unless it was like his best t-shirt. But even then, come on. I don't see what's wrong with it. I mean, it sounds like they were having a fancy party. Like everyone was dressed up. Plain white? No, come on. Black would have been acceptable. A nice black V-neck t-shirt, possibly acceptable, but just a plain white t-shirt. What is he, from Greece? Come on. I get you, Geekster man.
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Really so romantic.
You're going to a fancy Chinese restaurant anyways. Let me get to that. Yeah, of course. That is true. They stain really easily. They're also super see-through. And, like, if you sweat, like, they're going to see. Oh, yeah, exactly. Coffee cups. Yes, exactly.
He saved up for it with fatherings and half pennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Yes, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any usual insight, Mr. Naruto. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mr. Beat about the bouquet.
Miss Beat, this bouquet that you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
Von Zieks like, I need more alcohol. While we were on the bus, my bestie and her little brother sat next to each other like, what is this party turned into babysitting? Ew. And my best friend chose to sit alone at the front, so guess who had to sit next to? I was minding my own business. I brought my Switch, and he wanted to play Smash Bros. With me, so I beat his ass with Peach. Yeah, you did! Oh my god, that's so funny. Okay, bouquet. Wait, did I just push on that?
Okay, you mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it, it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked. I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any lights, so I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on.
Yes, and I came back to the scene to get the other constable, you see.
Anyways, we get to the restaurant. My best friend still has his janky coat on with his hood. No. Like, so disrespectful. It wasn't even cold. Like, he had the hood over him in the restaurant. That's sketchy.
That's when I spotted my bouquet again.
Yes? No. No. That's so gross. Oh, clearly he wasn't raised properly. Never wear your hood up into somewhere. That's... no.
But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminding, Miss Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably.
That's right. Silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there. I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of the Briar Road to the opposite.
I'm curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. A beautiful rose Rolly bought me with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this solitary rose?
Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with odd bits of change he found in the gutter.
We all embarrassed ourselves because we forgot how to use chopsticks apart from my bestie and older brother. Oh, it's okay. I can't use chopsticks to save my life. Might as well have been wearing sunglasses inside at night. I wear my sunglasses at night so I can. She said the food portions weren't individual, so we had to share. And me and her, the BF, looked at each other and both went, oh my god. At the same time, it was so funny. Oh my god, one of the 2 exams I have tomorrow can now be done at any point during the week? Hell yeah, Glim! Hell yeah! Oh, that is giant wins. That is giant wins. We've all won today, folks. That's amazing, Glim. Which one is it? Is it the multi-choice or the longer one? So you know how couples, excuse me, are at a restaurant tables, rubbing their shoes together, all cute. Ew. yeah, I do.
Maybe just call it a rose.
Tell us, Lord Van Zieks, where did you come by the flower?
According to a report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigating, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household.
In front of the Garadeb's house?
Although, it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. The multi-choice one, the one I'm actually worried about is still tomorrow during class. Damn it. Well, at least you only have to worry about one. You know, you can focus all your attention on that one. And the couple did not do that, in fact. Oh, good. Remembering how I said her boyfriend was, yes, very tall for no reason, he leaned back and his long-ass legs reached all across to me and my best friend's shoes. Oh, no. We told him to be doing that to his lover who's sitting right next to him. Don't do it to us. Do it to her. We don't want it. Ew, gross. I grew up using chopsticks, so the problem I have is that since I don't actually use them that often, my hand starts to cramp up halfway through a meal. Oh, I can totally see that happening. Mine cramp up just trying to use them in the first place.
No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh,
I use chopsticks for everything. Really, Glenn? Everything? Everything? Do you want me to test that? Everything? I could name probably a few things you eat that don't have chopsticks. I would eat cereal with chopsticks. Never mind. Never mind. You do have everything with chopsticks. Even Oreos, Clem. I was going to say toast. Do you have toast with chopsticks? They also used me as a food lab rat. They were scared to try out the food, so they asked me for approval. I gave the weirdest descriptions, though. Oh, I love that. Oh, Geek Serious sounds like you had a great time, dude. That's terrific, man. Oh, I miss having fun times going out to restaurants. But the set I have are not dishwasher safe. Oh, okay. Can you not wash them by hand?
but it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief! Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget Miss Beat.
But the gag of the day. Okay. Okay, let's look at the stuff we just got.
An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before. Do not take interest in flowers. Or do not take interest in flowers, Mr. Naruto. I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes. Plum roses, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example.
Oh, okay.
It's very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruto. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me. Ah, I see. Is something wrong? Oh, no. Oops. It might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Chisato-san, you do love your cakes.
Wait, what? Say that again about cakes? I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake? What does that got to do with anything? Okay, okay. Oh, I missed chat. Just the other day, I saw my brother eating chips with chopsticks. Chips? Because he was playing a game, didn't want to get his controller dirty. Oh, you know what? If you can do that, that's really smart. I would love to be able to learn to do that. I wanted pork bun. That was the first thing I asked for when we entered, and they didn't give it to me. I asked again, and they didn't give me any 30 minutes later. I was about to ask again, but my friends were like, don't, they'll bring it. But I wanted pork bun. But as soon as I asked for it, 2 seconds later, they bring the pork bun. Chips with chopsticks are fine. I ate those at sushi restaurant. Oh, really? Wait. Geeks, when you say chips, do you mean French fries or potato chips? That would change it. I forgot you guys have different chips. Yeah, that's what I want to know too, Coffee Cups. Was it British or American chips? I don't know. The east side. Okay, let's go back through the dialogue. Oops. French fries, sorry. I had French fries at a sushi restaurant. That's what I thought. Yeah, okay, I also thought Glenn meant chips as Pringles types. Okay, we're all caught up. Why would American chips be at a restaurant? I don't know. It's just chips to us are like, you know, potato chips. We think French fries are French fries. I have to translate all these languages in my head now. You know, the great thing about streaming is it's really opened my mind to different cultures. Like, I'm so much more aware of other countries and stuff now. You know, it's great. Chips in the UK are crisps, no? I believe those are different types of chips. I think. Can you please confirm? Coco, hey! Been lurking this whole time. Oh, Coco, I really appreciate that. How's it going? I'm sorry I streamed Ace Attorney today. I did want you to be here. How was your stream, by the way? So they are American in the continent sense of the word. Chips are French fries for the UK. Okay. But the other ones, like Pringles. Wait, I have to get them points for VIP. Aw, Coco, you're so sweet. Crisps are potato chips. Oh. Okay, gotcha. Understood. You beat Mike Wazowski's girlfriend in like less than 5 minutes. She was a really straightforward and easy boss. She was. Yeah, She was a good boss. I thoroughly enjoyed that one. I think that was one of my favorite bosses. My least favorite boss was Mike Wazowski. Oh my god, hated him. He was such a pain in the butt, man. Such a bad time. I'm gonna head off. Yeah, no worries, Coco. No worries at all. Thanks so much for lurking and being here. I really appreciate that. I hope you have a terrific night, and that you'll be able to join us next time for stream. Take care, Coco. All right, let's go back through the dialogue. I need to focus for a second. Okay. Case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London highway is good for his word. The windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are open hinged. If anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Raleigh was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. Okay. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment. So, nothing strange to report on the front, sir. I don't know what to do next. Yeah, exactly. So, I should mention, the reason I just hit my poor remote. The reason I'm having an extra stream today is because with the current Twitch changing the prices around of different countries for subs, for a few months, Twitch is allowing people to gain 100% of their income if they stream so many hours in a month. And I did the math, and I needed to stream one more time in order to be able to get 100% income. So that's why I have an extra stream today. I need that coin. Yeah, basically that. So like, you know how Twitch always takes 50% of your revenue? Well, now I can actually get 100% of my revenue. And like, it would be so nice if I could always get even 75%. Like, it's a significant difference, you know? I would be paid by Twitch so much more. It sucks. But yeah, at least now I get 100% of the income because of today's stream. So that's why we're here today. Yeah, I'm gonna save because I might have to do some risky things. Didn't they say they found him face down in the snow asleep? Oh, yeah, they did, didn't they, Coffee Cups? Maybe that has something to do with it? But I can't really object to that. Oh. What really happened? You are, because I don't. Someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may have already armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow. I do? Why are the string of the hat in his mouth? I don't know. He's a hungry boy. Not satisfied, I need answers. Maybe he doesn't have a chin. Maybe he's also related to Ben Woodman. And so in order to keep the hat on, he has to have it in his mouth. It was orange flavored, but tasted more like orange peel. Oh, your popsicle. I missed the first one. Ew, orange peel? That's gross. The whole truth of this mysterious affair? What? What truth? Do you guys have any idea? Oh, okay. I think I know what happened. I think I understand what happened. So, she has no clue what directions are, okay? So, they found the body on the other side of the road, under the window, so it could throw out and go down and right towards her. And when Raleigh here told her to go find this specific place, he moved the body over to the other side of the road so that for some reason it wouldn't be under his jurisdiction. Don't know why. And then when she came back, she was like, oh, how did the bouquet get on the other side of the road? But she just stupid and she didn't realize that's where she dropped it. Oh, that's my ability to pay attention to stuff about 6 hours ago. Yeah, no worries, Clem. I think I figured it out. I just need to show it. And London Bobby is good for his word. The window's on the top floor. Yep. If anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. But my trusty Raleigh was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. But it was. Because he's tired? I think maybe there's something else he's hiding? Maybe. By the looks of the picture, though, there was no blood on the ground. Like, there's no blood at all. And she didn't die. Like, it wasn't fatal. She's just in a coma. If he moved the body, maybe? I don't know how there's no blood. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. I'm gonna press through this one more time. No, we went through that. We went through that. Huh. I don't know. I don't know what to push on. I don't know. He keeps saying, I have the evidence, but I don't have the evidence. Wait, maybe... Okay, let's try this. Nothing strange. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment. Nothing strange to report on the front. Oh, wait, no. No. Ah. That was in their previous testimony. They haven't said it since. So we can't even like objectify to that. Ah. Okay, let me save. This is the first time I've been really stuck in this game. We have two new pieces of evidence. We have his book, and we have the anniversary bouquet. Oh, the shock of seeing the stab victim caused Mrs. Beat to drop the rose where she stood. Oh, well, yeah, okay, that's what we need. Okay, which one do we push that against? I guess the last one? Let's try this one.
Objection.
Oh, the music went quiet. That's a good sign.
You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be.
What? What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now,
Sorry that took so long, guys.
Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court.
You got grapes? Oh, I freaking love grapes. I could definitely go for some grapes right now. Green ones or purple ones? That's which one, Geekster? One of them is far superior. I hope you say the right one.
That when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of the Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. Ah. How's that, Geekster? But considering the size of the bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs.
Objection.
We don't like Minetta here. I didn't even think of Minetta. But sorry, Glenn, that is the wrong answer. The purple grapes are far superior. Oh, they taste so much better. Green grapes are okay, but purple ones, chef kisses. I could eat those all day long. No, yes.
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to that fact?
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on the Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. There's nothing to do with the case. That's why Raleigh didn't mention it, I'm sure.
Glenn, coming from a fruit addict, I can say I do know what I'm talking about. Purple grapes are far superior.
No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet that we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around.
What are you talking about? Although, when it comes to wine, I actually prefer white wine over red wine. It's kind of the reverse of that.
Think about it. Besides Mr. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garridev's book. Mr. Garridev's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane in the window and let it.
Sorry, I turned into Tasmanian devil for a second there. I'm the only fruit I eat. I consider myself a grape connoisseur, and green grapes are far superior. Oh, I don't know. As a fruit connoisseur in general, I would have to say red grapes are the far superior. I don't care as long as it's Moscato. What's that?
And yet, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand.
And then there's Geekster, who mixes them both together. I think the story is we shouldn't discriminate grapes. We should have them both together. All the Infinity Stones. Moscato wine can be red or white? Oh. So what makes it Moscato then?
Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mr. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garridev's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them.
Dum, dum, dum.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Raleigh's done something wrong.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking. That's what it is.
Oh good, Miss Garridev's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Miss Garridev, but deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called,
tampering, Mr. Naruto.
Aw.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle, but compelling reason.
Juror 4 looks like that old granny in Sword and Shield. Wait. Oh, her. Wait. Who looks like that? Yeah. I totally remember that, Geekster. Which one? Her? Oh, wait, which juror number 4? She's number 4, right? Type of grapes, I think. Oh, the cultivator comes in both. Oh, okay, okay. If anything, I think this guy looks more like her.
Objection.
Tampering. You barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception?
Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person.
Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? I'm gonna save, because I don't know. It's either Raleigh, good old Raleigh, or the other one. My wife, no! Geekster's wife! How dareth.
Take that.
And obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Royal Raleigh Beat, it was you!
What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Raleigh do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. Now Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
An ice Raleigh a second ago.
Miss Beat! You said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box and fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about the Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection.
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh,
And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Miss Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Dark. Well.
Objection.
Objection! First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. Leave my Raleigh alone, Mr. Japanese man. The stars in the eyes. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there was only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
that's right. He's right. My husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. Until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats.
Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruto, have you managed to solve this mystery?
No, honestly. Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord Kubaya. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide.
Where the book fell. I think it's where the victim fell. Because then, you know, he wouldn't have to deal with it or something. I think. For some reason he didn't want her on his block. Gotta love multiple choice, man. You can BS your way through everything.
Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs.
What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everyone has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
I don't understand me. My stomach hurts because I'm full of grapes, but I still want to eat more. Are you sure it's the grapes that are hurting your stomach and not the iced Raleigh that tastes like orange peel, perhaps? I'm beginning to wonder where this trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening?
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
There were 2 more grapes left in the bowl. They're both green. Eat them. There's only 2 left. You gotta eat them, Geekster.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garrett's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Miss Beat, never moved at all. What did move?
Gee, can we stop spin? I swear to God, by the end of this game, he's gonna do like 5 spins before he points.
What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right. I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening already, dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help.
I just need to burp a little. I'm cured. Oh my God, Geekster.
And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in his prints. The victim, herself,
He moved her by himself?
the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of the Briar Road.
Extraordinary.
But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume.
Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zieks said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet. That was found in its original position on the pavement, on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Raleigh Beat?
Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Raleigh. It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is. Because you're the most upstanding righteous man I know.
I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only, it seems, it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly. Good golly, folks. Good golly. Oh, Dars! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Wally, why? Wally, oh, Wally, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving the corpses is a criminal offense, isn't it?
She's not dead.
Wishing the victim dead should be one, too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town.
In London town.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about this all. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything.
Not that coming out, Van Zieks. Don't get your pants in a twist. Oh, I'm convinced he is Edgeworth's ascendant. I swear.
I have a possible explanation.
I actually heard a rumor the other day that Cosima's descendants are the Von Karmas. I know he died, but the theory was that he said apparently in the game that his father changed his last name to Katana or something similar to what the sword's name was, which is apparently the Van Karma's Katana Karma or something like that. That was the theory, at least, which is very interesting. Why isn't he choking himself? Yeah, I know, right? Why isn't he flying off into the distance like the first person we had?
For why, on that particular evening, Constable Pete felt compelled to move the scene of this crime. And I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly know? For a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. It really is, though, Geekster. And yet, Lord Van Zieks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. A counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence.
Now what's my lord Kumbaya? England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
What gives the motive for the Constable Pete's unthinkable actions? I have no idea. Maybe because he's tired, dude. I don't know if it's because he's tired. I think because she really looks up to him, and if she died on his block, it would have lessened him as a policeman, perhaps? Or maybe it's in here. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Maybe it is that. Maybe it is just that he's tired. Let's try the warrant card first.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived here from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that through honorable patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Wow, I think you were right, Coffee Cups. It was just that he was tired. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day. Certainly. It was just that he was tired and didn't want to do it. It's not that he cared what his wife thought.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How? Honestly, yes, that's it.
On account of his bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes. It was her very first wedding anniversary.
Or maybe it was because he liked his wife.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford a simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal.
When he and Miss Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road.
When he saw a shadow, that shadowy figure through the fog, collapse on the pavement ahead of them. What must have gone through the man's mind?
My right AirPod is also quieter than the left one. The one that dropped in the toilet. Oh no! This started happening like 2 weeks ago. I might be getting AirPod Pros on Tuesday. Oh, nice! But these new articles keep saying AirPod 3s. I hate that so much. When you just want to wait for the next one to come out. I hate that. I hate that. Oh my god, it's like that girl from the Zoe 101. How she had a really old iPhone or iPair, sorry, and she kept waiting and waiting and waiting because then the next one, then the next one, then the next one would come out. I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. She puts up a lot with me. I want to show my wife how much I care. So it was that he cared about her. Aww, it wasn't that he was tired. This also happened in Victorious. Oh yeah, that's the same girl. And that's the character I mean from Zoe 101. So I guess she did it multiple times then. That's funny.
This is the warrant card
He's just tired.
that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier.
Yeah, it sounds like they did, Geekster.
Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives.
Aha!
Constable Beat. Is that, or is that not, the reason why you moved to the whole scene of the crime that day?
But he can't say that because imagine being arrested and causing a fight with your wife.
Yes. Everything you said. It's all right.
It's smart to just say it was because of her. I don't know. That is a very compelling point, though, Clem. So that's it. It was all to do with the bouquet of your beats.
Oh,
Exactly. To summarize, to heroify, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious! Constable, you realize the gravity of what you've done?
It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer.
This hero command is rendered useless.
We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. More work! When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? Why?
I want a heroified version of what you think is going on. Oh my god, yes. Please.
It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it, turn right along Mersham Street, and then I rolled her over.
What is happening? It's not that shocking, man.
I'm so tired. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Constable.
I just wanted to sleep. I just wanted that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Raleigh.
Just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Raleigh would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
You didn't try to check for her pulse? Ah, I see your meaning now. Oh my god, wait, okay. Roly-poly Oli is in trouble, and Uwu wife with a not-so-Uwu life is talking in this sleepyhead's place. Santa Claus finds out murder, I guess, happened at another place. Ryan and Maya Fey spin dance their way to victory while Von Zieks sits quietly in the corner questioning his sexuality. Finn. Geekster, that was the best heroification of a story I have ever heard. An uwu wife with a not so uwu life. Can we quote that entire heroification in the quote channel, please? I need to remember that one for life. That one, it's so good. Holy shit. Geekster, can you just write the plot to all the games from now on? Yes, thank you, Clem.
But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Raleigh. That was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Raleigh.
None of this probably ever happened, but it looks like it made sense. No, Geekster, you're basically right. Like, I can't see anything in that statement that's wrong. That was pretty much it. You just summed it up differently.
And you can tell us, Constable. Can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total?
4 it was, yes, sir, definitely 4.
3 of them dropped from Mr. Natsumi, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window. Upstairs in the Garrett household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the other books were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
No, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book.
Guys, hear me out. The girl on the right, what if her hair's actually a blanket she has over her head and she's actually bald underneath? That's how I'm seeing it now. Like she has a blanket over her head. She is One Punch Man under there, man. There is no hair.
The victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was his book? The lion's pride that the victim was holding.
Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Interesting.
All right. Which makes sense. So she was bending down to pick it up and then got stabbed in the back when it came flying out of the window.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the two people of the crime at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen.
Rar. Don't say that in front of Van Zieks.
Rar, I pounce on you. I'm so scared. Ooh.
However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who had done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of a difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zieks. Wait, they're both lords? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Oh, are you giving up? Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir.
Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Raleigh? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir,
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
yes, sir.
Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Huh? Never again, sir. You mean to say...
Leave. Now. This trial is not over. He has a heart. Aw, guys! It's like Edgeworth. We're slowly cracking open his heart. And then he's gonna fall in love with us. I also seen this face on TikTok, and I was crying because it's an ooh category, and I've never seen it before. That one? Patricia Vine? What? I heard that Vine so clearly in my mind just now. Which Vine? Which Vine is it?
Well,
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here, principally that the accused, Mr. Sasuke Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed the crime. Dude, no, we just proved it was the other girl! Patricia? Oh boy, here we go. Oh, welcome back, Geekster! I was just watching your Vine.
Patricia! No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there was someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Zieks, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if you further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person. Ba-ba-ba-dum.
Take that!
Kerbo.
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again.
My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Miss Joan Garridab.
Pudding cheeks. Me. Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
What is happening? She's the one who threw the book and the knife out the window and ended up actually being the one who stabbed the girl walking down below. That's what's happening.
That request has already been denied.
Objection.
But the situation is very different now. Miss Garadeb, answer me this.
I scrolled down to Cole's description and I read subs leaderboard as sus leaderboard. And with that, I do believe it is time for Geekster to go to sleep. Oh, dude.
Miss Garadeb, answer me this.
It was a fast scroll, so I didn't get enough time to read it. Sus leaderboard. I would love to have a sus leaderboard. What do you want now, you little toad? A toad?
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what's of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane in the window open top hinge case, the window, the book plummeted directly down, killing the girl, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Miss Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before?
Ah! I don't recall. BS. She's at the top of the sus board.
Seriously?
How am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there and all that regalia said members of the jury didn't testify, didn't he? Stop. No, it's canon now. We have a sus leaderboard. I mean, why would you subscribe to me? It's basically the same thing. Every time you subscribe to me, that's a sus moment. That's a sus point. So people do win and lose on the sus leaderboard. Stop saying subscribe. Oh no, I didn't mean to say subscribe. I meant to say subscribe. Subscribe. That's how I say it. I say subscribe. Oh my god, I leave the B out. Subscribe. I do. No, you don't hear it wrong, Geekster. I just didn't realize I say subscribe as subscribe. Subscribe. I think I say both. It depends on how quickly I'm saying it. But you didn't hear wrong. Geekster 32, 24,875. Wait, what? Oh, is this the sus leaderboard? Geekster, 24,000 sussy points. That's really up there, Geekster. You know what's funny, Glem? Is sussy points. Those chat messages aren't actually the full extent. For the first I'd say 5 or 6 months of streaming, I was using Streamlabs. And then when I switched to Stream Elements, then it started counting. So add about 6 more months of chatting onto that. That's quite a lot of sussy points right there.
Objection.
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4.
Oh!
Make no mistake, the jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process.
I'm going to bed. I'm sorry, Geekster man. Although you should go to bed. You have school tomorrow. You need to be well rested. Apparently, but I guess only if like you have your location set. It only shows one from Canada And I'm pretty sure that one person is me. Because it's always said that. So I don't know about that. Oh, no, it does show it. Oh, it doesn't show that for me. It's only ever showed one from Canada. Oh, my God. I'm actually the one from Canada. If you know something about this knife, madame, let the truth come out. But that's just a common old garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that?
Are you joking?
What are you saying? Please, Mrs. Garrideb. Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear me? I couldn't bear it.
Oh, the poor woman.
Yeah, the poor woman who throws knives at her husband. It's a shame that she goes to jail for hurting somebody by throwing knives at people. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove that to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now. Chop chop. Do your worst.
Well.
Well, Mr. Naruto?
If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Like the knife she threw at everyone else.
Then take the stand, juror. Oh? The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Oh, yes it is. I had my controller on the desk with my mic. I am so sorry if that was vibrating the microphone. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Geekster.
Thank you, Lord Van Zieks. I can't believe I'm saying that.
I'm going to have to testify. Jury number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witness themselves may not even have been aware. Oh, dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Miss Garrideb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord.
Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real.
Whoop whoop. Sorry, Geekster man. Oh.
Here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer.
Oh, and she has a pot of tea. Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes. My name is Joan Garrideb. And I'm, well, I don't know. Angles. You never know, Geekster. You never know. I'm a juror and such like. I just like to make sure I have lots of options before I go and create masterpieces. Also, thank you so much for telling me to make the body of Octodad the same color as his face. I didn't even think about that. It is so much better now. Like, it is 10 times better.
It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore.
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify the matters in this case. I never said anything. Yes, you did, Geekster. I learned from the best. Do you understand, madame? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh dearie me. Oh, she's jiggling.
Chin up, Joan. You're nothing to worry about now.
Aww. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. Aww. Aww.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, all thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But
But what about your knee, dear? Don't worry about that. You hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John. Oh my god, he does look like Larry Butts. Larry Butts Ascendant? Oh my god, could it be?
I presume you are Mr. John Garrideb. Yes, yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment on the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action now, living in the quiet life, as it were.
The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incinerary battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Ah, well, yes. Ahem, quite.
The hedgehog beard is pointy. Yes, it is. He, from the side, I don't know if he'll show it. Yeah, no, that's what he actually looks like. He looks like a moon.
I believe this may represent the first in the proud history of British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now. Juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and precisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once.
Dum, dum, dum. Should we continue? Or should we end stream here? I feel like we're close, but I feel like it's gonna be at least another 30 minutes. I love how everything is 3D, but the fire scales are literally fire.mp4. Yeah. It do be like that though. It looks kind of, yeah, I feel like it is. I feel like we're really close because it has to be them. I don't think there's gonna be another twist. Like, it has to be them, but it could be long. It could be a long one. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, it does feel like it's ending soon. I don't know. You guys decide. I don't want to decide. You guys decide. Do you want to continue watching, or would you rather save it for another time? Completely your guys' choice. I don't care. Leaving a case halfway is harder to pick up on other days, so try continuing? Let's do it. Let's Sonic the Hedgehog rush through it. I appreciate that, guys. But Geekster, if you need to go to bed, please do go to bed. I don't want you to, be tired in a class with people who rub their mouths with the ends of pencils and deal with that, Do sleep if you need to. Should we continue? So, yeah. Why? Why was I actually expecting an actual poll? God, shame on me for expecting that. Yes or C. Anyways. Okay, here we go.
Yes, on the day you were referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set a fire to the carpet. Soon it had it out, though, and got the window open.
I gave you options this time. I feel like it's still the same. Yeah, no worries, Geekster Man. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. But I can't say I'd notice if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, he'll have a job proving it, I think.
I can bring my Chromebook into the kitchen with me while I make a little bit of dinner. Aw, it's lovely. I love that. ColeHillChills on the go. Ever since Geekster, do you remember that edit you made of me? The late night thrills of ColeHillChills? Ever since you made that, I've really wanted to make, like, I don't know, a spin-off series where I film questions for YouTube or something, or I make something else. I just love the late night thrills of ColeHillChills. I want that so badly.
It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
The enemy
Oh my god, he's wearing his medal.
The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast.
I'll go make toast and coffee real quick. Yeah, no worries, Glenn. Oh, hey, you both said toast. Yeah, there he is. He's a moon.
Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here?
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this, Jackknife DreamWorks logo. I'm excited to see if they actually make a movie, like their last movie, be like The Boy in the Moon. That'd be cool. In addition, in combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end.
Then Zieks may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Right? Like, it'd be, if they somehow intertwined every movie, like the Pixar theory, or DreamWorks theory, whatever it was. Is Pixar DreamWorks? I think it is, right? Anyways, if it's the same, like, if they included all those characters and stuff in it, it'd be it would be the crossover that beats Endgame. The way he bounces his lip. Okay. I feel like I'm not going to press on everything if I have to. No, maybe I should. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. I don't think any of these will give the... Ah, okay. Oops. Disney makes, I don't know, an effing live-action Cinderella's castle with Billy Ellis as the castle. Wait, what?
The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe.
With Billy Ellis as the castle.
Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly.
Oh, Pixar is Disney. Oh, DreamWorks is DreamWorks. Oh. So the Pixar theory has nothing to do with DreamWorks? Wait, so name me a DreamWorks movie that isn't Pixar then. I'm confused.
Yes, that's right, if I remember correctly. It's all started because of a note that was tucked into pages of a book belonging to Miss Garrideb.
Shrek. Oh. Oh. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
A rather passionate note, in fact. Mr. Garrideb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too.
What a sordid state of affairs. Her lost cause goal. At least I know it, Geekster. Hell on earth.
Nice. When a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide from the mark anyway.
A likely story.
These waters run very deep.
And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face? Okay, knock the candlestick over. Not the candle, something in the candlestick maker.
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. It just so happens there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out.
A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Suspects. Let's have that tea. Ryan.
Ours is a three-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. I have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see.
The lodgers are always mourning that they haven't got any water tonight. Although, the little mustache Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe.
The defendant, Mr. Natsumi, you mean?
Yes, he receives a stipend from his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off.
Have you actually seen the state of this man?
I believe he uses all his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough. Okay. Oops. No, we need to press on that one.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire.
As far as I'm concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. Thanks, Geekster. Yay, thanks for the follow. Hashtag road to 3,000. Thank you so much, thank you. I swear to God. you and Drippy are the worst, man.
That is most certainly not true. Of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruto.
Road to 3,000. We're trying to get to 300, man.
How did she know? I was thinking that. So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day?
In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, a napkin.
Jupiter.
You remembered all of that, but you didn't remember a knife?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, sir?
Ooh, the way he spins his pipe is satisfying.
Mr. Garrett!
Don't shoot. Sorry. I beg your pardon.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. The books, bricks, the fire poker, I seem to recall. Jesus.
Ouch!
You need to update your schedule panel again? Oh, what does it say? Why was she just pouring tea into his pipe? Dude, you just ruined whatever he was smoking. What does my schedule say now? Also, what's this update, Ultimate Chicken Horse? Oh, yeah. So there's a new update coming out tomorrow. So we're going to play on Tuesday. There's a new character that's a hippo. And a new stage that's a roller coaster. It says Skyward Sword? But I changed it to Octodad. Maybe I didn't hit continuous schedule or something? Weird. Oh, thank you though, Glem. I'll take a look at that because I know I changed something. Like I changed the schedule to Octodad, but I guess it didn't keep it permanent. Oh no. Okay, it didn't keep it permanent then. Damn it. Okay, I'll change that. Thank you, Glem. Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with a teapot in here?
No, I do specifically remember doing it on Twitch, but I guess I didn't hit like every single week or something. I don't know. Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you. Obviously, you obviously did.
Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened?
Your pipe, sir.
Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Not to clean out with one of her soft projectiles. She did, yes.
Not that good. Oh, the panel! Oh, I forgot that one existed. Thank you, Glem. Okay, yes. I forgot there's two different schedules on Twitch. The one I made and the one that automatically uploads. Thank you. That makes more sense.
And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see, your pipe was broken. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up now.
Oh,
Oh, you're one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? Can this girl go to jail? I don't like her. It could be important.
The defense believed Mr. Garrett's remark just now may be of great significance.
Objection.
Oh, Geekster, we've all missed you, but I especially have missed you so much. I was gonna say we all miss you, but I can't really say that. But no, I know for a fact we've all missed you so much, dude. It's so good to see you again. please have a great night, and send my regards to that toe sniffer for us. And if she's looking for a replacement, I wouldn't mind. I could use a job. You could just remove that since you always forget to update it. You know what? Yeah, I could actually, Glenn. You could include a list of games you've already played and games you're going to. Oh, I actually love that idea. Remind me, and I will do that. Have a great night, Geekster man. Toe sniffer. Wait, do I have drama tomorrow? I don't know. In high school I had the same classes every day, so that I'm sure that's just what I meant. No, I don't think so, Coffee Cup. I don't think I've ever mentioned that to her. Ash, you're still here? Oh my god!
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing.
Betray a fiery wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say.
Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, yeah, I don't see why not.
Have a great night, Geekster man. I'm putting away laundry very. Oh my! How slowly, Ash? How much laundry do you have? I mean, I hate laundry, but it only takes me like 15 minutes. Oh, dearie, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. 2 baskets full? Jeez, whenever I do laundry, it's only like half a basket.
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruto. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
When you listen here. Go back to folding laundry.
Oh, no, it's fine. Thanks, Chisato-san. We have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully.
Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garrett. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Okay, before we continue with that, I want to examine the pipe. What is that?
Oh, something's just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe here.
Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this?
It's a tiny fragment of metal.
It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be.
Oh no. It was indeed. It was indeed. Wait, can we examine the knife? I never examined it before. Oh my, the tip is missing. The tip is missing.
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruto, just at the tip. A small piece of blade appears to be missing.
Wait, part of it's missing? I could be wrong, but I just got a feeling. Remember this.
Ah, that's it. That's a tiny fragment of metal we just found inside Mr. Gyarados' pipe.
Yes, and just maybe.
Oh my, it's a perfect fit.
Somehow, I just knew it.
Well, now we know. It's a perfect fit. Well, I think we just won. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if one or two went missing. Really was one of ours. Yeah, well, I can prove it right now. Right now, sir.
Objection.
Insert circumcision joke here. Ha 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 ha.
Mr. Garrett, can I ask you to take a look at this, please?
There's a fly on my desk.
You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing.
You can't.
Used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Isn't that dyslexia? Oh, he does. Deary me, it's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word.
You must D very dizzy.
Oh, that one hurt to read. That one really hurt to read.
You must D very dizzy. Sucking on these.
What is that? A tiny scrap of metal.
Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence.
Is anemic. I have pneumonia. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence?
It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how it got there.
And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it's in some way related to the matter? Yes, it is. Slap.
I am.
What?
When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord.
Oh my god, his butt has a giant hole in it. You can see his underwear. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence will impair of this fragment of metal? Yeah, we know.
Take that!
Throws the knife.
Oh god, we did it again. There's another one down. This knife that was found in the victim's back. I had to stop throwing things across the courtroom. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing.
A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in the victim's bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
Nope. Wrong. No.
Nope, that's not the case. Try again, dum-dum. The tip of this particular knife's blade is a very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe.
Gah! Dramatic. Christ. Good grief, Lord Van Zieks! I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene
And this fragment of metal are a perfect match.
Yes, they are, dude. Good golly gosh! Good golly gee whizzikers! Orders! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery?
This is my angry face.
This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle?
So, Van Zieks has figured it out, has he?
Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once.
Yes, my lord. And the crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of the metal find its way inside Mr. Garrett's pipe?
Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
Not to clean out with one soft projectile, so the knife hit his pipe. Totes a theater kid. Yes, absolutely. Look at her jiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Boo, 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 boo. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. Boo, 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 boo.
Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between those two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mr. Garrett flung this knife at her husband.
She jiggles. Good old pudding cheeks.
The knife missed Miss Garrett, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time,
Which caused the tip of the break off. Of course. Good lord!
Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Miss Garrett's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1.
And yet, there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe.
And then become surprised with the rest of the lyrics. I will also claim that I don't know the rest of the lyrics to that song. I just know the do 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 wiggle wiggle wiggle. That's the only part I know.
Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the window.
To the window, to the wall.
In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garrett's house,
That was a full 360.
is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below.
Oh gosh. Oh dear. Oh. No. Oh my god, she's on a box. Oh, she's so tiny. Shorts. I was thinking it too, Glenn. More wine? Dude, you've been drinking this entire time. A full-body theory, I give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument.
Sorry?
But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, it's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. The theater kid drinks like a fish. Yes, he does. And that is also very accurate. He does it all. Theater kids are always drinking wine. Always. Lord Van Zieks, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency? The leg, please. That's the third time he's done that. I have to lick his foot every time he does it now. It's habit. What inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back.
Yes, in her... Ah!
Why? Why did you slap him? Why? That's right! You silly little man!
Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about?
Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. He gets off on arguing, so he keeps straddling the table. Oh, we already know. She leaned to grab the book. Yeah, exactly. She leaned to grab the book. This is pointless. Why are we bringing this up? Dude, there's no possible way it could have planted herself in the victim's back. Not true. She went to pick up the book. False. Order! Quite right. You see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Stop hitting your husband.
Well,
He's lost for words. Look, I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place.
I don't know, though. What really did happen? I want my birthday cake again.
It would appear the defense has made rather a spectacular blunder. If the theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend. Yeah. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. Damn it, no. I need that. I need that picture.
we were so close! I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now, the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, We simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Mr. Sato! You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruto. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key is in the court record. I'm sure all the information you need is there.
Yes, I know. No, I have something to say. Let me talk to you, sir. No, I have stuff to say. We know why.
Objection.
Oh? Who objected?
This oh. I mean, I need to share my mind and dig deeper from the truth. It's a test.
What did it say? This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. Okay.
Yes! If the knife fell onto the victim from above, there's no way it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is.
That's such a Phoenix Wright pose. What are you implying?
Counsel! There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer.
Goodness! Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence you speak of. Yay, we're almost done.
The last inconsistency, the final piece of the puzzle. If I can successfully make this instead of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence explains how the fallen knife became larger than the victim's back is.
Let me save the game. We have voice cracks here sometimes. It's the book, right? Do I show the book? I think I should show the picture of her holding the book.
Take that!
This, the fourth book found in the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present.
The burnt book. Is that not Mr. Gyarados' book?
Yes, and to understand their significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand.
But as we all know... Ew, that's not what it looks like. It was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. And quite so! As part of this wholesale transplanting of the crime scene at the opposite side of the road. Cole has finally hit puberty. He's growing to grow. I'm gonna grow? I'm gonna get taller?
That's true. However, as part of his testimony, the constable Beat made an extremely enlightened statement on that point. But
What made you place the book in his hand? It was there when I found it. Yeah. We wrapped this up already.
in other words, the victim had already picked up the book of her own violation. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I would say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything.
So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
Jiggle. By Jingo. Jingo? I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me. She picked it up. We know that book fell from the top floor of the Gyarados household and pavement below, and precisely the moment that the victim was walking past.
Yes, exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
If we actually hang out in Niagara, I'll get to tease you for being shorter than me. God, it feels like we're back in high school again. Shorty. The book I threw.
Yes, Miss Gyarados. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Imagine being short. Imagine imagine taking 2-3 hours to do laundry. Couldn't be me. Shut. Quiet. Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose. She might have reached down. That's what she looks like? And pick up the book. Just kidding, Ash. There's no shame in being 4'11". Wait, what? How tall are you, Ash?
Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
No. Oh, heavens.
And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book, what position would her back have been in?
Is this another case? Is this a Lucy case? Is Ash claiming she's actually a foot taller than she actually is? Ash, honey, it's okay. There's a lot of short people here in chat. We're all okay with it. It's okay. You don't need to hide your real height. It's okay. Come join the shorties, Ash. Come join the shorties. But you, I mean Cole. I know coffee cups. She looks like a character from Studio Ghibli for some reason. No, I'm 5'11". Sound awfully defensive for someone who's 5'11", Ash. I don't know.
That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at the same time, walking by, chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Sasuke Natsume.
Well, I never. when it appeared.
It appeared to be Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
No. It's okay. You almost got it. You got this. Thank you, Clem. Words are starting to not be words to me anymore.
When from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
So there was never a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place.
No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case.
A lot of good pictures in there.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb,
she's guilty of the one throwing the knife, but I don't know. Like, she tried to hit her husband. I hope she gets guilty for something. Yeah, exactly, right, Clem? Like, she had intent of hurting someone, just not that person. The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. And setting things on fire. And just overall being a threat to everybody. There, old bean.
Poor Miss Garrideb.
Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? Yes, it was. And the police officer tampered the scene of the crime. Yeah, everyone should not go home scot-free from this. I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw that knife as well. The thing is, she really didn't, Ash. She found a bookmark in the book her husband was reading that was a love note to a different man's name completely. And so that's why she started getting mad and started throwing things. She had no good reason. John, dear.
It's all right, I know.
Ew. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry! Aw, he caught her. Oh, his poor knee is gonna snap in half. I'm a normal man. That's the only person I can look at. Lord Van Zieks, what news of Miss Garadeb? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There was no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have been a terrible tragedy. Me? Why? They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequence of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I just had word from the hospital, where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon.
It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her.
How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems.
You have valid reasons to throw a knife, Ash. Wait. Oh, throwing knives for no good reason. I'll allow it. You were saying, Clem? So, Mr. Sasuke Natsume.
Yes. Yes.
On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You see a man dead by knife in LA? No, you didn't. Jesus. Well, I'm not going to LA any soon now. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study for our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please respect our heartfelt apologies.
No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. No, Mr. Natsumi. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed, too.
I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog. Likely they're haunting me.
No, that's just Ash throwing knives. Don't worry, dude.
Poor Sasuke-san. His imagination really has got the better of him.
Yes, poor man.
Then when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have gone for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I managed to create a rift in the relationships of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry.
Was just quiet. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirits have been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zieks and your young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartedly commend you both.
Oh!
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, my lord.
In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. When? Are you ready to present your findings to the court? Why do they get any say? We just proved they were guilty, right?
As the foreman at Levis jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me. That's for sure. I'm a normal man. Excuse me?
is sitting in for the old bean while she's out for action, you know. But I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I can finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time.
I say, I'll have a cocker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I?
Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman!
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty.
Some of these voices don't line up. I just wouldn't appear like that. That's not their voice I would imagine them having, you know? Very well. Mr. Sasuke Natsume. Not guilty. We did it. Oh my god, thank you guys. Thank you guys for being there for me. We made it. We made it through. Oh my god, we did it. We did it. Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya. Let's hope there's no long post-dialogue. And finally, Mr. Natsume. No, yes, my lord, sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears.
Can you be transported away? Please and thank you. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. Big sigh of relief.
Oh, locum.
Wait, you mean me?
Of course. Is there another locum here?
Is there even one?
Compared to the original locum student from Mr. Naruto, Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with using my actual name?
Oh, at last, I'm free, I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilations! Heady, hearty happiness, hurrah! Shut the hell up! Oh, I'm pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Would it be so hard just to say that then?
Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink!
Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that! Lovely, loyal locum lawyer!
Yes?
I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners, I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsumi. But today, you local lawyer gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind this barren old bench for all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end. I ain't bear the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barista ever born!"
Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you, but we have to go now.
This has given me a wonderful antidote to recount my old friends back in Japan.
An antidote? Is that what's become of all my hard work?
Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. Oh, God. We're gonna be here another hour. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes! What a pleasure to see you.
I see I'm here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Please skip the dialogue.
Oh!
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruto, and I wish you the very best of luck.
It's just finished.
What? No! Then my haste was in vain.
Yuck! It's you! Herlock Sholmes!
No.
Oh, have we met, sir?
This is Mr. Natsumi, the man who had arrested Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light.
Charming.
This is all your fault, Sherlock Sholmes. The reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Oh! Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh! But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about that, how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Thank God. Priceless. Oh, I'm sorry, really, but that was quite priceless.
Poor Sasuke-san.
Poor us. Still on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And, it would seem, you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsumi?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and Ash, and now by the Reaper.
Ah, Lord Van Zieks.
I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed. It's me, the Reaper. The Reaper of the Bailey.
It will be all right, Mr. Natsumi. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya!
That's the thanks I get.
With a perfectly executed Susato takedown.
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Susato.
Are we done? 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 Can we go home? Can we sleep now?
So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences with your friends back in Japan?
No, just let him go home. We don't need to know. We don't need to know. We don't need to wrap up every character. It's fine. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh!
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
That's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Ah, in perhaps less real terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more of this strange feeling claws on my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, I see. A work of literature by Sasuke-san. Could be an interesting read.
No, I would not. You could not pay me to read that book. And what about Miss Sato and yourself, Mr. Naruto?
Sorry, what about us?
Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot?
Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived here in London. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not?
That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you could take my lodgings. No, thank you.
Oh, the windowless room.
But what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up with a floor and a ceiling and walls. Yeah, every house has that.
Great.
And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accused evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit.
Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an inflammable wake-up call. A ceiling and walls. I'm on my way. It's mine, guys. Glem calls dibs.
Well, we'll think about it if that's all right.
Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodging with me?
Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add.
Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft?
I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of the price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have luggage to speak of.
Oh, this is simply wonderful.
What an honor!
Oh, what an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the Great Detective's office's attic.
We could be roommates.
I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then.
Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist.
I don't know what to say, but thank you and yes.
Was that so hard?
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy.
Welcome. I knew that you wouldn't let me down.
I'm flying you out and taking you to dinner. Din Tai Fung? Vegan options so good. Vegan options yet? Oh, I'm really hungry now.
I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege of meeting you too. It's a shame that we're gonna have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day.
Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author.
Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naru?
Yes, Mr. Sholmes.
Have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. Well, can we wait for him?
And so, with Satsuki-san's inconvenience successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street.
Is it gonna be an anime? It's gonna show something, isn't it? Oh, no, okay. We're not done yet? Oh my god, please, let this finish.
So this
is to be our new office, yes.
our office. I really like the sound of that.
Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it?
I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now.
So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Whoa. Ooh, did it just get hot in here? Wow. I didn't know that's what he looked like under that ridiculous getup he always wore. Wow, yeah, he's got some good hair. Wow, anyways.
Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you.
It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I am simply adore it.
Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I delighted to welcome you. Jesus.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid.
No, don't stand there like that. That makes me uncomfy. So, Mr. Notu, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital?
It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures would await us. What adventures await us?
Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is.
Sorry?
London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows.
Shadows? What do you mean?
Well, I do believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies beyond London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruto. Welcome to London.
Welcome indeed.
You know, at first I was complaining about living with him, but you know what? Might be a good idea to live in the same house as him.
Of course, at that time. I had no idea the significance of those words Mr. Jones so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came. To lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it.
What's gonna happen?
The end.
Yay! We did it, guys. We did it. Yes, I would like to save Finn, the dancing bear. Would be so proud of us right now. So incredibly proud. Dum-ba-dum! Yay! Guys, thank you so much for being here with me. Oh, that was a great stream. That was fantastic. I'm glad we beat it. He really, really would. Anyways, I hope you all have a terrific night, everybody. We'll be back on Tuesday to play the new update of Ultimate Chicken Horse. And until then, I hope you have a terrific time. Peace out, everybody. Bye-bye.